Yo, what's going on, everybody? It is I, your best buddy Basil. We're getting started on today's Canary Clubhouse. A little bit of pre-show here, just a second. Give everybody a chance to receive the text message, to read the text message, to join the stream, and to text back. Surely everybody here early is already on the text message alert system, but if you're not, go ahead, get on it. It's very easy to do. Take out your phone, text the word Canary to this number here, 877-740-3226. You will receive a text message from me before every show goes live. That way you can make your own choices. If you want to tune in live or not letting Rumble or YouTube decide that for you. Very cool, some agency. You can also text that number back. It's very fun. I tend to read them on the show. Do a little birthday party for Don's here today, even though he's not here. Who knows? Maybe he'll call in. I have no idea. Okay, let's see here. Feeding the Ducks is about to restart, which means let's just get this show started. Everybody's here. Okay, let's do this. You know how this goes. I'm going to put up this piece of art here for a mo. I'm going to play a jingle that'll tell Gons we start the podcast version. Away we go.
Called it. We got a caller. We got a caller on the line here.
Yo, what's going on, everybody? It is I, your best buddy Basil, here on a Thursday live stream. Oh, no. Whoops, I left it on repeat there. Okay, we took it off repeat. Look at that. We're back. We're here. It's Thursday. This is Canary Cry Clubhouse, an opportunity for everybody to just take a chill pill, call into the show. Remember, it is a call-in show. It requires people to call in. Who's people? Your people. And if you are watching this pretty much on everything except maybe your TV, I don't think people can call in on their TV. A surprising amount of people watch the show on their TV. But if you are on your TV, jump over to your phone or your tablet or whatever. Doesn't matter. You look down in the description of this podcast here, this live stream, you'll see the call in link right there. It says call in link, colon, and then it lists the link. People are always asking every single show, how do they call in? What's the phone number? There's no phone number. It's a call in link. It's very easy. Click the link or copy paste it into a browser. You'll get put into a little waiting room after you answer a couple questions where you can listen to the show back there. And then when it's time, I'll bring you up on the show. Okay? That's how it works. That's how it's easy. You don't need to have some sort of life-changing thing to say or talk about. You don't even need to break any news. I mean, you can do really whatever you want. No rules, just right, baby. Even if you just need somebody to talk to. We could talk about what's going on in your life. That's also fine, a little TJT action. I have experience in that. Whatever. It's just a time for Canarians to hang out together, get a little bit wound down from the madness of the week, and to find just a modicum of fellowship if it's possible. I know a lot of people out there are having trouble socializing, integrating with the chaotic people that seem to be inhabiting the real world. I know some people have trouble with maybe finding a church that makes sense for them. So, we're not here to replace any of those very important in-person connections, but we can at least get ourselves through another week. And of course, if you haven't done it yet, do it now. You know the drill. Text the word Canary to 877-740-3226 to get a text from me before we go live, and you can text that number back. And because today is officially Gons' birthday, yay, happy birthday, Gons. Oh, I probably have a happy birthday jingle around here somewhere. That could have been an important thing for me to check beforehand. But it's Thursday. We take it easy. Whatever happens, happens. I am not seeing it. It has to be here. I know it's here. I know it's here. Well, we can play this. It's Gonza's birthday, which means it's Gonza's new age.
We will launch a new age. I am innocent. Innocent. They're coming after me.
It's Gonza's new age. That's fun. A birthday is the new age. Okay, so we're gonna remember that for the future. That's very fun. We had some people text in. 856 texted, says happy second 20th birthday to Gonz. Yes, that's he's a little after his second 20th birthday too, but I think that's still very gracious of you to put it that way. Thank you. 856. Let's see here. 859 says, love you, Basil. You're my best buddy. Have a great show. Keep warm, East Coast. There you go. Yeah, East Coast. Keep warm. Hope you're paying attention, getting prepared in the way that you have. I don't know, any way that you can. 423 says, hey, Basil. Just wanted to give, excuse me, huge props to Jam and everyone who posts news on Telegram. They do a good job of keeping us Telegrammers updated on things, and it's much appreciated. Yeah, shout out to the Telegram channel. Shout out to Jam, who heads up that Telegram channel. And just another great way to connect with Canarians on more of a regular basis. I'm personally not much of like a social media or Discord or Telegram person. I wish I was. I just don't have the time or attention for it. I don't know. But God bless those who do. We do have a Telegram channel for Canarians. If you go to canarycry.party, I can do this right here, live on the screen. Let me do it for you. Canarycry.party. Go. And then I'm going to share this screen because I have the power to do that. Sorry for those who are listening. You should go to canarycry.party right now. Here it is. Canarycry.party looks like this. You'll see all sorts of links here. Of course, you should join the mailing list. You can get your text notifications. Telegram is this one right here, the little paper plane. There we go. This one right here. Join the Telegram, and there's also a Discord channel invite link. Where's the Discord channel? Oh, why is Discord so far down? Apologies to the Discord. I don't know why the Discord and the Telegram links aren't right next to each other. But anywho, you can go join the Telegram, the Discord. It's popping. We got Canarians in there all the time, keeping up with things, but also another form of getting connected, fellowshipping with one another. Very important thing to do. Let's see here. 484 says, happy birthday, Gons. We love you. Little party hat emoji. 856 says Psalms 36:6, your righteousness is like the mountains of God. Your judgments are like the great deep. Man and beast you save, O Lord. Good one. Thank you very much for that. There you go, folks. It could be you. Who's this? 250. This is Kat. Says, can't listen live today, but I'll catch it on the pod. Blessings to you both, and especially Gons. Happy birthday. Can you hear the singing? It's probably a good thing you can't. Praying for all of our Lord's richest blessings for you both. Can't wait to do eternity with you too, Kat. Thank you very much, Kat. Very sweet. Always a nice boost in morale. Oops. Apologies, those in the chat. I forgot to put chat on screen. There you go. Chat is on screen so everybody can see their chat. Olu, love of God. Happy birthday for Gonzo. There you go. Gonzo, to my knowledge, I don't actually know what he's doing. I don't know if he's going to be here. We certainly didn't plan on that. But he does edit the podcast version, put it out. So he does listen. So hope that he feels the birthday love out there in the world. All right, everybody. Let's see here. Second Clubhouse of the year. Last Clubhouse, I'm sure everybody remembers, but the developing focus for me personally was sort of this instinct that while the world and all of the agents thereof are going to continuously, as they always have, but the most hectic year is always the one that you're in. And they've already shown that they are ready and willing and plan to amp up the stakes of every single event that happens in the world up to apocalyptic stakes, which may not sound like a difference, from other years, but I think I think there's always more room to experience their chaos, and so as we attempt to sort of orient ourselves, while we cannot directly affect the big things going on the planet, we cannot directly, in our human power, affect geopolitics or whatever, current events or domestic unrest or whatever. We do have control over our own hearts. I mean, we are called biblically to take captive our own hearts, our own minds, and when you really want to get down and trippy with it, the narrative controllers, there's an aspect of this reality, whether it be true or not, it is active. I don't, because you start talking about trippy stuff and people can get kind of weirded out, and some defense mechanisms can go up, and they'll try to argue with stuff that I don't think you necessarily need to argue with. So whether it is ultimately big T true or not, it is present and active and relevant to taking control of our own hearts and minds. And that is the phrase that perception is reality. Okay. Um, Again, we can get into the trippy topic of reality, what's real, what's an illusion, et cetera, et cetera. But as a general rule, when it comes to social engineering and to related topics, perception is reality, meaning if you can ultimately effectively manipulate somebody's perception of what's going on, they will act as if that's the reality. Often that can make those things reality. But whether it is reality or not is almost immaterial, because we do live in an illusory world. Everything is very wonky around here. But if you can control somebody's perception, have somebody perceive something a certain way, that is effectively reality for them. And they start making their choices out of that. They start taking actions, start orienting their relationships based on whatever that perception is. And so the ultimate rebellion against the dark forces of this world is to resist the perceptions that they want us to operate under. Because sure, of course, we all agree that we'd prefer to not act in the way that the ruler of this world wants us to act, right? We can all agree on that. But action comes from what we perceive as reality, and what we perceive as reality comes from our perception on different things. And so we have stuff that happens, okay? We've got a lot of stuff that happens. We can talk about it, we can not talk about it. But in the context of the church raid, the Don Lemon Church protests that happened earlier this week. We just got some news this morning. A bunch of those protesters have now been arrested and charged. Don Lemon was also going to get charged, but then a federal judge in Minnesota stopped the charges. It's a whole big thing. But what we do, so I don't want to get off track on that, but the point being that we know, especially if you've been around this community for any number of years, is that the biggest, most dangerous attack vector that the enemy has is our perceptions of things. You see this biblically, you see this in stories and movies and stuff. The enemy is a deceiver, whether we're talking about the enemy, the adversary, or just the antagonist of any story. One of the most powerful things an enemy can do is control the way that you perceive something. It's almost like you don't need to conquer a country if you can convince everybody in that country of whatever, something that makes them act against their own best interests. And of course, we see this happening all the time. But as Christians, we have a special skill. We have a special skill. We have a special paradigm. We have sort of a built in opportunity, a built in mechanism, if we choose to deploy it. And that is A, knowing how the story ends. And so getting wrapped up in each step along the way, making it existential, every new situation, every new piece of news, raising it to some existential level is just sort of playing into the game. And I think a lot of people, as humans, sometimes we just like to play the game. In this case, the game um, of reacting to everything along the way. Gives us something to do, gives us something to care about, makes it clear what side we're on, makes it clear, in the grand battle, where we stand. And I think even subconsciously, people like to play the game without actually really thinking about it. Because what else are you gonna do? You know, this reality is it's got some pretty limiting factors on it. And so I think subconsciously a lot of people choose to play the game because what else is there to do? You gotta be distracted somehow, you know. And there's this game that's right in front of us, given to us every day, pipes right into our eyeballs, so everywhere we look. Uh, whether we choose it or whether we sort of lose our attention, our reserve, and get sucked into it, or whatever. It's a very common thing, and it can happen. It could be different every day. But as believers, we have um, a more eternal way to think about things, a more eternal game, and a very sort of fundamental thing regarding this is that we can choose to not have our perception controlled. We can choose because we know the eternal truths, we know the sort of cosmic reality of things. It gives us at least one little step up in comparison to many other normies or whatever you want to call them, so that we can choose to act and think from this eternal perspective, which makes the everyday attempts to control our perception and our behavior, you know, kind of silly in the long run. And of course, it's easy for us to say that when we choose not to get wrapped up in like, something big like Greenland or get wrapped up in something like Iran or something. Those could be easier things to be like, you know what? I'm just focusing on Jesus in this case. But then that's the enemy does. He's very clever. He can come along with something like the Don Lemon Church invasion or whatever you want to call it, the protest, the church raid, as we see a lot of it. And because it's a church, because those are, fellow believers, it can have it could be a little more tricky to not get kind of wrapped up into it, to not let it decide our day, to decide our actions. We can kind of lose control of our day, of our minds, of our hearts. And it feels right because, hey, those are our people, right? We gotta stand up for our people. And then when the news comes out that, those guys get charged, we go, yay, good job, Pam Bondi, good job, Trump, you know. This kind of, I mean, Pam Bondi, she needed a win. Okay. So she's taken action. A lot of people are happy about that. But again, as we have been pointing out, and I kind of like taking this show every so often to kind of point out, give some credit to uh, people in the media that we see reacting in a way that is maybe closer to the way that we know we should be reacting. Of course, one example was Renee Good's father-in-law going on CNN, focusing on God, this kind of thing. We gave some points to the pastor of Don Lemon's church raid, who did a pretty good job, as Don Lemon is trying to egg him on and trying to get him to get angry and say things that are good for Don Lemon's show. Again, focused on Jesus, focused on the important stuff, which totally neutralized the sort of battlefield that Don Lemon was kind of trying to control at that moment. And there's a few other videos, we've seen. It's really interesting trying to keep up with everything. I've noticed, whether it be a news feed, I have sort of like non-platform RSS news feeds that stuff gets delivered to me. Of course, there's things like timelines on X or whatever. Maybe it's Facebook for you. Um, it's been really hard week because as we try to follow what's going on in the world, we try to find things in a number of different categories, kind of try to take a wide view. But this week especially has been pretty brutal because it's just all Davos. There's no other news. There's hardly anything else that we can even dig up to do different segments on. It's all Davos, which maybe it's for good reason. I don't know. It just is what it is. But when it comes to the church raid, I don't know what else to call it. That's just what everybody's calling it. In Don Lemon, we're seeing like the same exact takes, the same exact videos, very, very small amount of footage and quotes and things coming out of this event, that you kind of get everything there is to get in a couple minutes. But it's interesting because as time goes on, for whatever reason, whether it's the algorithms, whether it's people actually going in and digging into Don Lemon's video and finding more things, you can see how maybe that video with the pastor was a little bit, maybe it was, cherry picked or something. To my knowledge, there wasn't any really horrible clips of the churchgoers that had them freaking out or getting violent or saying nasty things, but it's totally possible that those exist but are just being ignored or not being pushed or something like that. This is all totally possible. But here we are, whatever, about a week in, and a new clip surfaced with a different guy that Don Lemon was trying to talk to after outside after the church thing. And I really enjoyed. I was first questioned, why did it take a whole week for this clip to come out? But then was again actually pretty satisfied with my own I guess analysis of what's going on, or maybe just my own ideas of what a proper response specifically by Christians. Because again, this organization, these Black Lives Matter organizations who had their clandestine secret plan to go break into a church and rile everybody up, and of course their best case scenario was to get a bunch of nasty Christians yelling and cursing, a bunch of nasty, hopefully there would be some violence, so you can get these nasty Christians being violent to people of color or whatever. Of course, this is what we know. The reaction is the goal of actions like this. But anyways, I guess I'd thought, just as another opportunity and an example for all of us, because we never know when we're going to get put in a situation like this. And I myself have thought a lot about what my reaction would be if this happened to me and Don Lemon came up to me. And of course, me being me, thinking that, let's say probably more capable of communicating complex ideas, I could totally see myself thinking that I could like talk Don Lemon out of it, or I could like give all this background and get into some like existential, concepts about why I think what I think when it comes to social justice and Christianity, and and why this raid, just the whole thing. Uh, I get totally wrapped up in trying to do that. And of course, we know that when this happens and the clip make it to the internet, nobody's ever gonna post, a long thought out response to the complicated existential, this is a problem solving of a person who's paid professionally to talk for hours at a time. There's no time for that. It would immediately just get turned around. I'd look like a fool, and it would just be bad. Which is another reason why I like to highlight some other people's responses in these things. So I want to play this clip here. This is Don Lemon talking to another guy who comes comes out of the church. Don Lemon's waiting for him. The man is walking out the door of the church. His hands are up in this case, or at the start of the video here. And then Don Lemon approaches him. If the video does not come through the feed, somebody say it very quickly in the chat so I can fix the problem. But here you go. Here's the video.
What do you think of this?
There's a harmless Christian here that wants to praise the Lord with my son, and now I got to go home. I'm sorry that you guys are so angry.
I'm just chronicling. I'm not with the group.
Oh, what do I have to say?
Can you understand why they're angry?
I don't understand any of this because I'm a simple man. I'm a simple man who loves the Lord and is a good father. This is what we look forward to, is coming, being with our family and praising Jesus. And that's not something that we have to run away from. So this is kind of a bad day for us. But, we're going to heaven. So that's the best news we got.
Do you understand that some of these folks feel voiceless?
I don't understand because right now I'm so upset right now. I don't really have I'm thirsty and I can't think very clearly. So what I want to do is just say, we love you. My son and I love you guys. And
I'm a journalist. They're activists.
The simplest thing we can say is that we love you guys.
What do you mean, you guys?
Well, whoever's here in this house.
Okay.
We don't distinguish between Christian and non-Christian. We love everyone, and we want everyone to come to heaven.
Yeah.
That's the main thing. We want folks to go to heaven. And if we need to talk about these things, then, this isn't the time for that, really.
But don't you think until we go to heaven, if you believe in that there should be some sort of peace here on earth and that people should have agency and we shouldn't be beating people up off the street and we should be abiding by the Constitution?
I think that's just a little bit loaded for me right now. What you're doing.
Why so?
Well, I don't want to interview right now. I don't want to interview. I just want to tell you guys I love you. I don't need to interview right now because I want to be with my son. It's Sunday. It's time for rest and for renewal. I would like to answer your question, but I just can't right now.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I don't think actually Don Lemon did appreciate that very much. But you're seeing what I'm saying here. What could there have possibly been a better reaction from a fella like this? Now, of course, Don Lemon's, follow-up questions. Well, he says, "Oh, I love you guys. I just want you to go to heaven. I'm just here to worship Jesus and rest on Sunday. I don't really want to get into it. So God bless you. Well, we love you." He's like, "Well, I'm a journalist. Okay. They're the protesters. I'm a journalist." As if he's expecting the guy to be like, "Oh, you're a journalist? Well, I don't love you then." Or what? It's just weird, so Don, and then after the guy's like, "Look, I don't want to interview. I just want you to know that I love you. This is bad. I feel sad. I'm gonna go home. I don't know, whatever, and then Don Lemon just eagerly, again, like we saw with the CNN clip, like we see with Don Lemon all the time, it's just like trying to goad, trying to lure. This is nothing. You can see how disappointed Don Lemon is. And no matter what, "Oh, don't you think we should have peace on earth and we should follow the Constitution?" Look, this is the dude's so honest too. He's telling the truth. It doesn't seem like he's just trying to get out of it. And the truth is, hey, this is kind of loaded right now, man. You guys just came into the church. I'm upset. My son's upset. Look, we love you guys. We're Christians. That's what we try to do. But this is a bunch of loaded questions that I just don't want to deal with right now. And took a couple tries for Don Lemon to get the point, but let him go. This is exactly what I'm talking about. This is the kind of compare this, just categorize this as maybe someone who's being protested maybe, or the target of protest, not wanting to get into it with the journalist, right? Just categorize it as that. We've seen journalists, protesters come at whatever, call them anything, call them ICE, call them whatever. And the best case, when someone wants to get out of a thing, they'll just be totally quiet and they'll walk away. They won't look at him, Bill Gates style, just kind of like pretend that he doesn't see anything or can't hear the questions, and just like let your bodyguards take care, just go straight face, just run, basically. That's one way. Or maybe the other way is like, I don't know, have some sort of aggravated, I'm not answering your questions, whatever. And then we see another example publicly of what I would consider a pretty good Christian response, right? Which is not just avoiding getting sucked in, but also deploying the, let's call it, the weaponry of Christ, the love of your enemy, the long suffering, the refusal. You can even, some Psalms come to mind about, arguing with fools or arguing with an angry person or something. I wish I had those Psalms at the top of my head, but I don't. But you know you know what I'm talking about. But so not only just ignoring it and trying to get away, even very graciously talking to Don Lemon, deploying the quote unquote weaponry of Christ, the love for your enemy, the patience, the long suffering, the desire for their salvation, and what's the word? It's sort of enduring multiple attempts to try to suck him into a political talk. Well, what about the Constitution or a social justice talk? Well, don't you think we should have peace? Blah, blah, blah. And sticking with the, the Christ-like tools at our disposal to, again, not, this was even more than neutralizing the battlefields. We saw on previous examples, keeping a stern focused on Christ, kind of neutralize battle. I would say God won in this one. This was an actual defeat for Don Lemon. You could see it on his face and hear it in his voice. So I'm happy to see this. But what I like most about it, what I hope for most about it, is that we can see publicly on a broad scale these things working, because we all know that we should respond this way, but not all of us have experienced it working. Not all of us maybe even think that would work. But to see it on a broad scale, to see it on CNN, to see it on en masse with Don Lemon on social media and stuff, is really encouraging. And I think we should all feel very encouraged like this. Hopefully, I pray that, very few of us, if none of us, ever get targeted and put in this type of situation. But when that does happen, I'm going to be focusing on not responding how I think I could respond, which is to get in a whole long conversation and try to convince Don Lemon of something. Because I admit I am weak. There's a very good chance that I would foolishly think that I could get into a conversation like this and win it through whatever logic and facts and stuff. But it really is that sort of upside down power structure that is the kingdom of God, that judo, that Christ judo, that through unconventional tools of verbal combat is where the real kind of victory comes. So that's just something I was hoping to share, and I think everybody agrees with me. I think so, but I think it's good to uplift the body. I think it's edifying to see these happen in real time and talk about them. So we'll move on from there. we're welcome to talk about. I'm sure it'll come up again before the end of the show. But we're going to take some callers because this is a call-in show. All right. We got a few people in the call-in room, the back room, the green room. And if you don't know, now you know, head on down to the description of this video, wherever you are. In the description, you will see the phrase call-in link. Then there will be a colon, 2 dots, and then what follows will be the call-in link. You can either click that or copy and paste it into a browser, answer just a couple questions, and you'll get put into the back room where you can watch and listen to the show. And then when the time comes, we'll bring you up on stage. So we got a few people here. Let me see. This person said they were at work. Oh yeah, he's finished working. Okay, there we go. At the top of the list here, we got Sir Darren, Knight of the Hungry Panda. Going to bring him up on stage, see what's going on. How you doing, Sir Darren? What's up, buddy?
Hi, Basil.
What's on your mind today, my friend?
Oh my goodness, there's so many things on my mind.
So many things.
One of the things was I'm trying not to get sucked back down the Charlie Kirk rabbit hole again.
Oh boy, it's never ending, isn't it?
They posted a new video or something of Erica Kirk when she was trying to get on The Amazing Race or whatever.
Right.
And I'm like, oh, they would post this on the 22nd, alluding to the whole my theory that somehow this whole thing is connected to
3.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's funny.
And it is all over. I don't know if it's just because I clicked on it or what, but it's all over my timeline. It's kind of a flip between that and Don Lemon right now.
Yeah. Thankfully, I've somehow evaded the ongoing spiral of Charlie Kirk stuff, but I do kind of, get the updates through various channels. But
yeah, it's anyway, and then the whole stuff with this whole Don Lemon situation is
crazy.
Pretty entertaining to me.
It really is. It really is entertaining. I think that's a great way to think about it.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of it's definitely, I don't know. I don't try to go out and look at the sort of more liberal side of things, see what their timelines are showing. But as far as my timeline, it's kind of just this nonstop mockery of Don Lemon and then a bunch of high fives for the people being arrested, that were part of the protest.
Right.
So it's kind of interesting. It's also very interesting because I'm trying right now I'm trying to write an article to post on my X, which is sort of my, I'm writing sort of an op-ed of, I read this article from someone who wrote, what was it? The title. It was basically a title about for those who've joined the rebellion, and this was written actually last year, but it's emblazoned with this image that just showed a picture where it says resist, and they went on this whole tirade about how the body of Christ is the vanguard for the kingdom of God, and what. But it's the funny thing to me was how much I'm like, if you just change a few words here, because this person who wrote this, you can definitely tell it's more of a progressive Christian leaning article.
Yeah.
And I'm like, if you just change a few words, you suddenly are got a right-leaning article that's we are the, especially we're the vanguard.
Yeah.
Against the evil empire. They use things like saying, the let's see the recent, something about they joined the anti-fascist rebellion against the Nazi advance of the empire.
Right. So was this like a Christian writing basically what amounts to like a political article, or was it?
Yeah, it was
No,
it was someone. I don't want to necessarily blast the person
mhm,
because that's not my end goal,
sure.
but it was kind of written for like a group of more liberal Christians and their little circle
Yeah.
that's kind of put out, and it was kind of titled around like church, faith formation, leadership, development, and whatnot. So it's just very interesting to me again, this sort of like framing that they were doing, and how one or two little things just slightly take the narrative in a new direction. And all you would have to do is, like I said, change a few words, and now you've got it for the complete opposite team if you wanted to.
Yeah, I mean, it really shows, we talk a lot about the, one movie, two storylines, or what's the sort of dimension A, dimension B. We really are sort of living in two simultaneous dimensions as far as, again, going back to perception. The same event can happen, but if one person is convinced to perceive it one way, the other person's convinced to perceive it the other way, you've got two entirely different realities that people are living in. And the again, this is the thing to be mindful of, is, yes, a Christian, I guess, either Christian language or a Christian perspective, or just because you use Christian words or biblical concepts being referenced, that if it's advocating for, a partisan political solution or something like this, using the keywords of either one of the factions, it's kind of this impotent um, accessing of, or attempt to access the strengths of Christianity, like the strengths of a real biblical supernatural perspective, which should be, as we've said before, sort of inoculation against getting forced into one dimension or the other. But it kind of, in a way, at least metaphorically, kind of living outside of the kind of collapsed what's the word, probability fields or something, to be trapped in one illusion or another. Whereas, truly, is my opinion, a true walking with Christ, living for the kingdom, understanding, sort of living through the biblical, not just worldview, but also like perspective and dictates. It's kind of like how God is outside of time. Truly walking in the kingdom should sort of place you outside of that sort of bi-dimensional battle. And if you see someone invoking, you know, uh, Christian concepts, and it's squarely placed in one illusory dimension or the other, you're like, oh, this is sort of an impotent attempt at tricking people into whatever political thing you want from them by, in Tim Waltz's words, code switching. We can code switch
Yes.
into Christian language and whatever, co-opt them.
Yeah. I mean, it's so interesting because, yeah, like a lot of the people I work with, they actually are much more on the progressive leaning side of things, and so I get
Uh-huh.
to hear a lot all day their perspective on things, and I usually don't really necessarily challenge them on things. I just try to listen to what they're saying so I can get sort of their perspective.
Right.
Um, but you're right about sometimes how, oh, what you just said, now it's jumping on my brain, but like this,
Talk about code switching.
well, not that, but like like a late putting a wrapper around things, like a
Yeah.
spiritual wrapper
Right.
or a Christian wrapper, like trying to give something more credibility because we've now wrapped it in something else,
Yeah.
right? Whereas if we took it into any other any other scenario, we might see it completely differently. You know,
Yeah.
like even some of these people, like this protest in the church, like imagine these people were protesting a football game or something, like the outcome of a sports. You just would be like, what are these people doing? Right.
Right.
But because it's something that carries so much weight and emotionally and culturally, it's like now it has this veneer of like, you know, people can have their opinion about it one way or the other, because
Yeah.
really, right, because it's in a church. So
Touching
now
nerve.
we can have an emotional reaction of, this was in a church, oh my gosh, this makes me feel this way, or this was because of this reason that it's happening in a church, you know. And it's
Right.
just, it's interesting to watch.
Yeah. No, it
um
really is. This is, what's the word? I support. I also, you know, I do have some people in my life who are more progressive. I would say they're just kind of progressives by default. You know, they don't actually do a whole lot of. They're over socialized, underinformed. You know, the facts don't really matter, but they like to agree with whatever they're supposed to agree with. And you know, we're in a time where even default people like that are bombarded with more details and, you know, talking points than maybe they ever have before, so they can regurgitate kind of the talking points. And you know, when you get into you know, trying to get them to question or explain things, the immediate reaction is getting angry and calling you a Nazi or something like that. So I too, my sort of uh, default reaction when put in a situation like that is to do just a lot of listening. You know, I learn a lot from listening to these types of people just kind of go on. And it's funny because they always, I can tell, they always assume that I agree with them. You know, just by default, I could say not a single word, and they will talk as if, you know, I already know what they're talking about. Like I already feel the same way, you know. So even in times when I wouldn't even push back, even if I'm just like, you know, ask a question about something they just said, I can see that they're so surprised that I'm even asking a question, because that means that I don't already agree and I don't already have whatever they have. Or maybe it's the idea that there would even be more, like an answer
well,
to a question. The fact that there would be a question at all is a signal that, you know, you're not on the level or something. Um, and but you can really, you know, as it kind of related to something from last episode, you know, I listen not because I don't want to make a stink, or not because I don't want to do, you know, my duty and be used as a tool of God for some reason, but it will be all about timing. I'm not going to force myself into a, you know, I don't know, some sort of argument or something, unless I really feel God's hand on it, and you know, some real change can happen in a real supernatural way, because it really takes the supernatural to have a conversation with these people and have it come out a positive way, you know. So if
yeah,
the Holy Spirit is not necessarily flaming tongues over our heads signaling to us the, you know, the right supernatural set of circumstances to have a beneficial conversation, then listening is the best thing I can do. But I
well,
will, when the tongues of fire come, I will get into it. Thankfully, that's not every time.
yeah, I mean, my tongue is calloused from the amount of biting I've done to it. But it was interesting because the last conversation I was having with some people was they were talking about justice, and they were sort of framing it with justice. And so we got in a whole debate about it. And I ended up kind of walking them through a little bit at one point, and then leading them to where this quote from someone was saying, one of the, like, the ICE agents said, we're just out here trying to serve justice. So I was like
Right.
kind of mirroring that back to them, like, we've got people on the both sides who are, they're kind of thinking they're in the right to do what they're doing. And then I also was like, it's funny that and I didn't tell them this, but I was talking to someone else about my interaction with them, saying it's funny that these same people, if the ICE agents were actually enforcing COVID restrictions,
Yes.
they would be applauding them right now. They
Right.
would be applauding them. And then all the protesters would be the people saying, you can't, force us to be vaccinated and this and that.
Yeah.
And it's like the complete events flipped upside down on its head.
Yeah.
And both groups are almost arguing the flip arguments now
Dimension A
for
and Dimension B.
who knows what reason.
Yeah.
Other than it's nice to be on the winning team.
Totally. It's the two different dimensions. I mean, a great example, of course, is Minnesota. There is a little bit of judicial stuff going on where Tim Walz banned the police from using beanbag launchers. And of course, the National Guard is a whole thing. Tim Walz is just offended by the idea that our National Guard would come in to do anything. When Tim Walz during COVID was the guy who had the National Guard with armored vehicles marching down neighborhood streets, launching beanbags and paintball at people sitting on their porch, not protesting, not,
Right?
partying, but sitting on their porch during COVID, getting pelted by National Guard riot control ammunition. And so, yeah, it's just totally backwards, upside down. And the short memory is the most dangerous thing that I see. And I see it on the left, and I want to make sure that people on the right don't fall into this trap as well. We tend to have really short memories, and it's one of the most, I'd say, useful things for the enemy to really just control our behavior on a day-to-day basis.
Yeah, and that's kind of the reason I'm trying to work through like this article that I'm trying to write like a contrasting article, because I'm trying to think through. Obviously, we know that certain things that are happening are not necessarily right. Like, I'm not going to point fingers, but we do know that there are some events happening with even ICE, the way they find people. They're saying, oh, they're using apps, and then they'll just open the app and they can go find people. I'm like, that's not great that this is happening.
Right.
Even if it's for a reason that some of us would say, oh, but I'm glad they're doing it.
Yeah.
So there's this definite tug of war happening now where, like I said, it's almost like people love to be on the winning team.
Right.
And we need to almost be like looking past the teams and saying what is actually taking place.
Yep. Yeah, man. I mean, that's the thing. These are the things we got to back. I also find myself having to remind myself of this very set of circumstances when something happens and it fits right into what maybe my fallen state needs for that day, and it feels like a win to get fired up and this kind of stuff. But that's why I think even just for me, for this show, to keep coming back to this topic and bringing it up and talking it out together is is very useful, at least for me, and I hope it is for other people. I see people commenting the same.
I think it's good for me too. It gives an opportunity to like say it out loud. Okay, all this is crazy, right? Like, I'm not the only one seeing the emperor with no clothes here.
Right. Yep.
So,
exactly.
Well, thank you.
Great talking to you, Sir Darren. Thank you very much, buddy. Hope to talk to you again.
You too. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Yeah, goodness gracious. Goodness gracious. Okay, I don't know if I have anything to add to that or say in between. Oh, although I will say, we are value for value, folks, which does mean that we don't get any advertisements, no money from corporations, platform partnerships, the whole deal, no cartels or governments keeping us alive here. So, we only survive on the graciousness and generosity of our listeners and them taking, some personal responsibility. If you want a piece of media to exist, you got to participate in keeping it alive with your time, your talent, or your treasure. And of course, you can support the show any way you want with your art, your music, your time. Help us out with stuff. If you're some sort of web developer or something, we always would have dead websites that need help, whatever it is, or you can support us financially. And I want to give a shout out to Sir Darren out of the Hungry Panda. Came in for Gonza's birthday producership, $43.33. Thank you, Sir Darren. He sent a note here. Happy birthday to Guns. I hope this is kept up with the US inflation rate from last year. Yeah, I will let Gons do the math on that, but really appreciate your support, Sir Darren, in all the different ways that that you give it to us. Okay, next up on the list here, we got Sir Psalm 40 calling in. Sir Psalm 40, how you doing, buddy? Glad to have you on the show.
Hey, boss, I'm doing good.
Good.
So you were trying to think earlier about a psalm that like talks about to be kind to your enemies. The one that came to my mind, there's a spot in Romans where Paul's actually quoting a psalm, but I don't know which psalm it is, where he says like kindness on your enemies is like keeping burning coals on their head.
Ooh, yeah. Yeah.
I thought that was a great image.
That's a good one. Yeah. One of them I was thinking of was Proverbs 26:4. Yeah, I mean, you can look at Don Lemon in that in his reaction, and yeah, he's acting like the guy telling him he loves him and hope he goes to heaven is just like the most torturous pain that he's experienced in a while.
Right.
Another one that comes to mind, Proverbs 26:4. Do not answer a fool according to his folly, or you yourself will be just like him. That's the one I can definitely see myself getting in trouble with if I'm put in a situation like that, asking stupid questions, trying to give answers to stupid questions and just making a fool of myself. So Lord help me if I get in one of those situations.
I hear all the time people's woes about, finding a good church. And like I thought that I would have trouble finding a church, but it was probably only the third. Yeah, I think it was like the third church that I went to that ended up being like the one. And yeah, I think I am incredibly blessed because like it really is like it's a new church. It's like it's a family thing, obviously. My pastor's father like was doing a home church thing for like 40 years. And then so his son, who's the pastor now, he ended up actually like I don't think his father went through seminary or any of that. So the son did actually go through seminary and for whatever that's worth. But they were doing like VFWs and they became like I do not believe they're 501c3, but whatever the technicalities are, like they bought like a legitimate location to have like a home church
Service.
and that's only been I think like maybe 15 years since they've actually had a church building. And I've been there for probably like 5 years, and just in the time that I've been there, like they are growing exponentially.
Wow.
And like they're actually really good people, and
That's
it's a
great.
blessing to be able to have that. Yeah, because I know not many people do have that, and that community of fellow Christians in the physical is a very important thing.
Yeah.
God does move in the spirit, but there's just a different flavor to it when we come together.
Yeah, man, I agree. At least when two or more are gathered, I think you're right. I mean, I'm happy you found this, and it sounds like they have a cool sort of legacy of just making it happen, which God bless them. But for those who are here, and having trouble finding a church or this and that, we've spoken in the past about like, look, even if the place isn't perfect, there's a place for you there, and God wants to use you wherever it is. But even look, if you know a family or a couple of people and you can get together for, just at your house on Wednesdays or whatever for a couple hours, Hey man, that's God bless you for
That's
that. That is like,
yeah, I mean, that's biblical. That's how it all started.
yeah, exactly. Which is why everybody should go to Canary Cry meetups and start home churches for with your other Canarians. It's just just an idea, just a suggestion.
You hear that chopper?
No, I don't. You gotta, dude.
Okay,
I
good.
I had some fat choppers buzzing the compound last night. I don't think they were here for me, but they're just, some I guess military assets getting moved around. They always come in real low over my valley. That's how I
Mm,
know they're really they big old Chinook. And so, I
yeah,
mean, I'm not a helicopter expert, but couple of big old rotors come blasting through the emus. The emus are used to it now, but they used to really freak out about it. I was worried about it.
you were also talking earlier about, the whole media thing, just drawing reactions out of people, people not guarding their hearts. And that made me think of, where your treasure is, there your heart will be also.
Right.
And then I was also thinking about we're supposed to be saved. You confess Christ with your mouth, but you believe with your heart. And I was wondering what you thought, like these people that, get caught up in the cycle of current events, what treasure is it like that their heart is so affected by?
Uh, yeah.
Like even like something with a Charlie Kirk, like there's people that didn't know anything about him until that happened, and still even people that were never involved to begin with, if they hear a narrative about it that they don't like, why would there be a narrative about it that they don't like? Where did the emotional investment begin and why did it?
Right. Yeah, man. I mean, that's why maybe the most important thing that we can do, and it's very hard to do, and it's not fun to do, especially if we're someone who's maybe particularly hooked into what's going on in the world and thinking we're, smart and know what's going on, is consistently having to stop ourselves and question the things that were sort of taken for granted as far as like what we think is important or why we think this event or this person or this statement, attacks our whatever inner sensibilities or our beliefs, or maybe even confirms our inner sensibilities and our beliefs. Um, it's like on both sides, whether to the negative or the positive, we're still called to sort of take hostage our heart and our mind, where we often, it's easy if you're mad or you're angry or disagree with something to stop and say, okay, Lord, help me, disconnect from the anger in my heart about this, or help me take control of my thoughts, and direct them towards how you want me to respond. That's the easiest. As hard as that is, it's the easiest when it's something negative like that. Even more difficult is when it's something positive and we're like, oh, I really agree with that. I'm really down. I'm really, whatever, support that or something. To then apply that same principle of submitting and surrendering our heart and our minds to God's will. It's really hard to remember to do that when it's something that we really agree with, or something. That's like the real test.
Yeah, remembering, that's a really heavy word right there. um I don't know if it's true or not, but it sounds good. uh
Yeah. Yeah.
I no, well, no, what I'm about to say. I
Okay. Okay.
heard that in the book of Deuteronomy, just like Moses' farewell letter before they go to Israel and he dies, um, the word that he repeats more than any other word is remember.
Mm,
And that really is like our greatest downfall. Like, not even the best example, I guess, would be Israel. As soon as they came out, they forgot all the things
Oh,
that
yeah.
God did. But
Yeah, if there's one lesson to take from the Old Testament, it's the eternally repeating pattern by the members of the Old Testament tribes and the people who show up in those stories. It is just an eternal repetition, a cycle of forgetting, then wandering away from God, forgetting his promises, forgetting his dictates, horrible things happen, and then those horrible things remind us. We then remember the promises and remember the dictates and remember the law and things like that. And then sure enough, next chapter, and they forgot the promises and the law and this horrible thing. Yeah, it's like over and over and over. If you see it like like a roller coaster or something. The roller coaster isn't even like going up and down. It's just loop after loop after loop. You can almost get dizzy.
Gravitron.
Yeah, right. Yeah, it's a gravitron just floating us up in the air with the centrifugal force. And so, yeah, I mean, there's lots of different layers and lots of very important things in the Old Testament, but just on the broad meta level, it's a good reminder that we are constantly in our fallen state, forgetting and then being hopefully gently reminded by circumstances that God puts in our lives. But if we don't get it with a gentle reminder, whatever needs to be done will be done to to help us remember the way things are.
I have times where I'm even like consciously aware where I wish I could remember like the feeling of being on fire. Like when we go through our ebbs and flows,
Yeah,
and like sometimes when you're in the valley, you you know what's on the other side, but you just can't remember what it tastes like, even though you have tasted it before.
right. Yeah. It's funny you bring that up. It was just 2 nights ago. 2 nights ago, had this very interesting night where I could not fall asleep, but I wasn't anxious, my mind wasn't racing, I wasn't worried about something, wasn't jazzed up on coffee or something. I was just simply in bed, my eyes were closed, I was totally relaxed, I was not freaking out, I was not worrying, I was not replaying thoughts or whatever, all the standard things that keep us up at night, but I was very peaceful, very relaxed, and just awake. And I'm like, "This is very interesting, God. What is this?" And I just start a conversation with God, and I can. The punchline is I can barely remember it, but the point was I remember just having this ongoing conversation with God and being, so very grateful and all these wonderful things. It was a very positive experience while I was awake and couldn't fall asleep. And then the one thing I kind of remember from the actual details of the conversation with God was I remember specifically being like, "Oh, that's it. Wow, that's amazing. Gosh, thank you so much." And then I paused for a second. I'm like, "Ah, I'm not gonna remember this tomorrow, am I?" It's just like, "Nope, no, you're not." And then I just basically, like, fell immediately asleep. And really all I can remember, I mean, I can feel that wonderful time with God that I have, but I do not remember whatever the wonderful conclusion I got to. And I knew it in the moment too, and I brought it up with God at the time. I'm like, "Oh, man, I'm not gonna remember this, am I? No. Well, thanks anyways. This was great." So in this topic of forgetting and remembering, hopefully one of these days circumstances or, God comes and visits me and reminds me what that life-changing conversation was about. But just a very specific example of how this can happen, even in sort of acute terms rather than chronic terms. And that's kind of just what it's like being a fallen human trying their best to stay connected to God in a fallen world where there's so many distractions and stuff like that.
It sounds like actually forgetting could be a graceful opportunity to exercise faith.
Yeah. Yeah, I have to imagine it's something like that, or maybe there's something to being in pursuit of whatever that is. There's some value, there's some, God obviously wants me in pursuit of what conclusion I had come to or whatever that was, that there's something where he wants me in that process of trying to remember or in that process of chasing that down for whatever his purpose is. That's it's more valuable to his plan or whatever, which means it's more valuable to me to be in pursuit of whatever that was instead of just being static with whatever the knowledge is. I have to believe it has to be something like that. Otherwise, I'm just going to drive myself crazy.
Mm.
Well, we're coming up on about 10 minutes. If you have anything else to talk about, I'm happy to talk about it. We don't have a whole lot of people backing up, but was there anything else on your mind?
I could close it on a specific topic. Hard shift though.
No worries.
Two-part question. How would you explain the physical feeling you get from deja vu? How would you explain deja vu? And how often does it happen to you?
The physical feeling, that's interesting. It happens fairly often, not a whole lot recently. I know if I had to guess an average, I'd say maybe at least once a month, throughout the year, but sometimes much more than that. Sometimes it can get really freaky. I mean, I don't know about physical feeling. There's definitely like an unease to it. Um, of whatever, a little bit of maybe a drop in the tummy or like a butterfly feeling if it's like really crazy. But definitely, um, it's definitely uneasy for me. I mean, I get a little bit like, oh boy, okay, this is almost like seeing a ghost or something. I don't know. It's weird. Why do you ask? Did you have one?
Well, maybe to help you unpack it, like forget the physical reaction then. Like how would you explain the feeling? Like how do you know this is deja vu compared to whatever else?
I mean, for me, it feels like a memory. Like it feels like I'm remembering something. Uh, like a familiarity is a huge part of it. Usually, I mean, you don't you don't know. I mean, it's definitely mysterious, which is like kind of the uneasiness. For me, it feels like a memory, and then I'll try to take some time and like try to remember where the memory's from. And I almost never can I, pinpoint it or something.
Mm.
But yeah, I'm trying to put into words what the feeling of remembering is, which I think,
Right. It is crazy, isn't it?
yeah, that's an interesting connection there. I don't think
I
that was
I
as
was
turn as you
I was
thought.
just listening. There was another podcast I was listening to earlier, and they were talking about that. There was a woman on there that was talking about how she just added the physicality part. She gets like I don't even remember how she explained it, but she said something physical about it, and it made me think about like how it makes me feel. Mine kind of is more like you're saying, like I'm remembering something in the moment. I feel like, or like when you're when you still remember your dream, but you can feel it slipping away,
Yeah,
like
totally.
that, like in the like or like the reverse of that, like you're in the midst of forgetting something, but in the reverse. I'm in the midst of remembering what's happening as it's happening.
Interesting. Yeah, totally. I mean, that's one of those things. It sounds like somebody's having some fun on that side there.
Yeah, I'm playing catch with my son.
Oh, great. Yeah, what a great multitasker.
Hey,
Yeah,
I'm a dad.
yeah, that's good. Deja vu, another one of those mysteries that I can't wait for God to give us the answer to, whether it's this lifetime or the next. But it's one of those things, look, I'm open to like whatever the mainstream science of it that's just like, oh no, it's just a misfire in your brain from the experiencing part of your brain to the remembering part of your brain. And so it feels like a memory, but really it's not. Whatever. I'm open to that. But at the same time, when it's happening, you're like, this has to be something. Again, it's kind of like when you see something supernatural. If you were to see a ghost or see whatever, some shadow person or something, mainstream science would say, well, actually, that's just a misfire in the recognition center of the brain. It's whatever, paraglalia or whatever they call it. I'm like, okay, maybe, whatever. But whenever you're in it, and anybody who's ever been in it, when it happens, you don't think, oh man, what a crazy misfire of my brain. You're like, nope, this is real. It's here. Maybe I can or can't believe that it's real, whether you've experienced it or not. But I'm definitely uh, in contact with an experience that I thought was outside the realm of possibility. So, um, yeah, the deja vu thing, it was nice that the Matrix went ahead and
Mm, of
attempted
course.
to, integrate deja vu into sort of the theology of the Matrix, which I think is an interesting starting point for people who are just kind of starting to try to question reality or whatever. But yeah, did you have deja vu recently? Is that why you asked?
Well, I don't know if there's any correlation here, but I used to dream a lot. That you and you still have dreams regularly, normally, right? Would you say?
Uh-huh. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. I do not, but I used to dream like a lot, and I don't know if there's any correlation, but I feel like in my late teens, I stopped dreaming and I started having deja vu, probably about as much as you, like at least once a month, and
Interesting.
sometimes as much as once a week.
Yeah. Well, that's
And
interesting.
another one more thing about the
Yeah. Yeah.
deja vu, a
Mhm.
reason that I think it might be more than just misfiring is because, and I would like to hear if you have any experience like this, but I've had deja vu last for half a second, and I've had it last for several seconds.
Yeah. Yeah. I've had
But
it happen for, I don't count in the moment, but yeah, for a long time where it starts to get really freaky.
well, the point being that long enough that I can know someone's about to come through the door, or someone's about to say a specific thing, or
Right.
and another reason I want to correlate it to dreaming is because we have had this conversation before about you have a dream and you crash your car and you wake up, but the car crash was actually a thunderclap in real life. So
Uh-huh.
how did your dream lead up to a car crash knowing there was going to be a crash?
Right, right. The context is not out of context in your dream. Your dream had set the context knowing that there was a sound it had to account for coming up. I'm trying to think. I had just as a quick comment, I don't know if you're there. Sounds like maybe you had muted or something. Um, but what was it? Oh, yeah, in the context of deja vu and dreamings, and deja vu feels like you're remembering something or it has a familiarity to it. The weird thing about dreams is that it also always has this feeling of familiarity, whether it's you're dreaming about a person or, it's like you see a person, but they look weird. Maybe they have like a different haircut or their face is messed up or something. And a lot of times in the dreams, you're talking to that person, but it doesn't occur to you that they look different, but they look really different. I had a dream about, the emus again. Apparently, I dream a lot about my emus. I had to dream about my emus, I think it was last night, and I was hanging out with the emus, and they looked really weird. Like, they didn't look right, their face was wrong, their neck was, like, had this weird curl in it, and, like, if I were to see that now, here, in the real life, I'd be like, "Oh gosh, I need to get these guys to a hospital. This is bad." But in the dream, it didn't I didn't think that they were really that weird. I don't know, I was just familiar with the state that they were in, So it had this weird feeling of familiarity that was really out of place, similar to deja vu. It's really out of place that you suddenly feel so familiar with this random occurrence. So, there might be something there, man. I bet you're right. All right,
That was
buddy.
pretty much all I had, man. Yep.
Yeah, no worries. Thanks for calling in. I'm gonna let you get to playing catch again. We'll check in with some other callers here.
Yes, sir. God bless y'all.
Later, bud. Later, buddy. Lady buddy. Didn't mean that. Big shout out to who is this a shout out to? Leslie. Shout out to Leslie who came in, just supported the show for another 4333 for Gonza's birthday. Thank you so much, Leslie. I think Leslie sent I think this is her, sent a text message that says happy birthday to Guns. Just sent 4343 plus fees one time. Thank you very much for the support, Leslie. And there you go. Still, it's not too late, folks. You can produce the show for Gonza's birthday. 43, 33, 43, 43. I think he is turning 43, if I remember correctly. If he's not listening now, he will listen later. So a good way to get that happy birthday message to Gonz. Okie dokie. Yeah, I'm remembering at this exact moment that I actually had a long multi-stage dream last night, and I'm gonna forget it. That's fine. Next up, we got producer Jacob on the line. What's up, Jacob? How you doing, buddy?
Hey, how's it going? Oh man, that's funny. As you guys were talking about the deja vu thing, and he was saying, what's the feeling like for you? And my brain went immediately to, it feels like a glitch in the Matrix. And then when you said, oh yeah, from the Matrix, and I'm like, wait a second, that's what they say in the Matrix.
Yeah.
Man, that really got in my head from back then. Okay.
It really stuck, man. It really stuck. I mean, it stuck for me too. I mean, it's as good of an explanation as I have. So very powerful cultural reference. Like I said, it's a good starting point. I'm not gonna bereave anybody who starts with the Matrix deja vu explanation.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I always find it interesting when I have moments that are kind of deja vu like or something. I used to just let them pass, and now I go like, wait a second. Okay, what's going on here? Is there something I'm supposed to be paying attention to? But I don't go too far into it. But it is kind of a fun thing because I think, it happens to everybody at some point, whether it's something where you're like, is this going on?
It makes you pay attention. Yes, whatever it is, it makes you pay attention for a second, and you inevitably start thinking about trippy stuff, and maybe it's just a way for God, the Holy Spirit, to just kind of snap at you for a second, and for whatever reason, I don't know. We'll never know. Maybe the pause we take there avoids us being in the place where a piano falls on our head or something. I don't know. But it'll be great.
Could be getting moved around a little bit. I was gonna say though, man, the topic or what you were talking about this morning was great. It was really kind of what I needed because I'd noticed that I was getting a little out of sorts. Just kind of getting more, I don't know about on edge, but when you kind of brought it back to the Don Lemon thing, like that's something that normally I wouldn't even pay attention to. But I do security stuff at my church. And so I had a guy call me up and he was like, hey man, what do we do if this situation happens? And I'm like, well, what situation? And so then I had to dig into it, and I'm going, okay, well, we go into lockdown, we do these specific things, we move these people around here and all of that, which kind of, raised my hackles a little bit as far as going, oh man, so this stuff's going on now too. And then I think a day after that, over at my kiddo's high school, some of the kids decided to stage a walkout and a protest for the ICE stuff. And so then that got me drawn into that a little bit to where I'm like, hey, reaching out to my kiddo and being like, so what's going on with that? Trying to see if she's actually doing, which I'm like, I'm pretty sure she wouldn't, and she didn't. But I'm like, what's their overall goal for this? Other than the consequences of what can happen if something escalates with that, and them simply going out and doing the little protest thing. If all of a sudden stuff somehow gets violent, they've just really messed up a big portion of, them getting started in life simply because they saw some stuff on the internet.
Right.
And then, and stepping it from there. But yeah, the last couple of days I've just been like, man, I'm kind of out of sorts. And usually I'm pretty good about using my toolkit, which is, reach out to a friend, fellowship, go to a group thing or whatever that is. But it was still kind of getting to me. And then when you were bringing it up this morning, just going, oh yeah, okay. I'm allowing myself to get drawn into it, and I'm letting myself all of a sudden let those different lines be drawn again, where I'm like, oh, this side's doing that and these guys are, and they're wrong and I'm right. And now I'm angry again. And instead of just going like, you know what? I love these people. And even if they don't agree with me or I don't agree with them, doesn't mean I'm supposed to stop loving them. So how do I do that? And if I look at it as I feel like someone has been misled, why would I be mad at somebody for, being misled? It's
Right.
not their fault. It's the same thing on my side. Like you said, the perspective, the perception of what's going on can change based on a lot of stuff. And it's like, okay, do I dislike these people actually, or am I just mad about, this or that? And a lot of times I find the things that frustrate me the most are things that I'm guilty of myself.
Yeah. Right.
Well, and that's what makes me go like, oh, I can't believe you're gonna fall for this or this thing's going on. And it's like, oh, you know what? I have to. So, I have to have that pause. And I think that pause is really good. And I think God is in that pause. And if you're able to take that pause and then also ask and go like, what am I supposed to be looking at here? What am I supposed to be getting out of this? And ask him that, it definitely takes the wind out of the sails of whatever was pushing you towards a clash or whatever that hopeful divisive thing, like Don Lemon trying to stop the guy and going, hey, oh, what do you mean this side? Or what do you mean you people? And it's like, trying to get you to take the bait,
Yeah.
and it's like, no. So that guy in that interview did a great job of just going, hey, I'm upset. This is where I wanted to come with my kiddos so we could praise and relax and, kind of refill our cups, and you've caused that to not happen. But then leaving it at that and going away. And I think that is one of the things that, Jesus is talking about in the whole turn the other cheek and whatnot. It's not so much that you're letting someone get away with something. It's that you point out the injustice that's going on, but you still love them and go from there. So yeah, I don't know. It's one of those ones where it kind of, with you talking about that, I was able to go, oh, okay, I'm getting drawn into stuff and I'm getting amped up for reasons that I don't need to. And I need to step back and go, nah, I love these people. I love everybody. Even though I don't always like everybody, but I'm commanded to love. So
Yeah.
that's what I'm going to do.
And that love, it only comes through the grace of God. Of course,
Mhm.
us and our own self, to be honest, I don't love everybody, but through God's grace and through
Yeah.
him, through me, I can, act in his love that he gives me. No, but I think that's another reason why I wanted to, go back to that video or just kind of keep up, and why I keep bringing it up is because there's a chance, I don't know. We'll see what happens with the charges and the conviction of the people. But there's a good chance that more churches will be approached this way. And, knowing the possibility, we know these people and how, violence is not out of the question for them. But it's also keeping in mind that like what they want is for us to uh, be violent. What they want
Yeah.
is the reaction. What they want is the hostility. And, I think this particular church thing, or this event, I'm really happy that there's footage out there, because for me, and for people I know and churches that I know, it's a really good example of us. We can be like, hey, look, this is what worked for them. This is what worked. you know, we're all going to be tempted, especially in the context of church security. Like, of course, that's a real issue. It's a real issue, and it's really easy to, as someone, I'm not, a professional security or even voluntarily security person, but, I'm security minded in my general vibe. And, when it comes to security, a huge portion of it is you got to act preemptively. A lot of what security comes from is being first to not react, but to act and before a situation gets to a certain spot. And, I saw that there were some churches who had started drilling for, locking down and moving people around, and that's good. I think churches should always have a plan like that. But if someone gets put in a situation, I hope that these examples that have gone out there at the chagrin of Don Lemon and just those protesters, this is an upsetting way for this to end for them. So hopefully this will avoid any further confrontations like this. But if something does squeak by, I hope as many Christians as possible see these sort of good reactions and see that really in the end, much like I was going off about last episode about we're going to get a lot of high stakes situations, but I think I'm choosing to be optimistic, and I think we're going to see most of these situations are going to end in the, if not best case scenario, best worst case scenario. We're really going to be surprised at how God handles a lot of these narratives and situations on the back end, that we can, have faith that the narrative of worst case scenario is simply a narrative, an attempt to cause the worst case scenarios. But if another church thing like this happens, I hope as many Christians as possible see the success in their response. There is even one clip, uh, Don Lemon talked to another guy, and it started with this sort of correct thing, like, hey, we're just trying to do this. We love you. We don't want to, whatever, this isn't about politics here. We're just trying to worship Jesus. And it kind of started that way for the first 30 seconds. But then this guy did kind of get goaded into talking about immigration and talking about ICE. And it's funny because most of these clips are only about 30 seconds because they're just like, nope, we love Jesus. We love you. We're not doing this. God bless you. We're out. Right. And it's like 30 seconds. But this guy who did kind of fall into, he did it. He didn't yell, he didn't freak out, he didn't get violent, he didn't get nasty, but he did kind of like get goaded into talking about immigration and talking about ICE. And the clip is like 5 minutes long. And it's like nobody's watching a 5-minute clip of this guy, try to logically explain his stance on immigration and stuff. It would have been much better to just cut it off at that 30 seconds and walk away, say God bless you. So I mean,
for sure.
yeah,
Because yeah, I mean, like you said, where you would like to have that conversation, but when you're, especially if you're dealing with, okay, so why is he there? Well, he's not there to get your side of it. He's there to get a sound bite, and he's
right,
there to pick apart and pick his piece. And out of context, it can make you sound horrible. So you're kind of giving him what he wants just by talking to him, and it's that whole same thing of just like in Miranda rights, where it's like anything you say can and will be used against you, and that's what they're looking for. Like, okay, he's gonna say all this nice, like, oh, we love Jesus, we love you, but then he said the one thing we wanted, and that's the one we're gonna pluck out, and look at how horrible these guys are, and you're like, oh no, I was trying to go with a message of love and unity, but I said that one thing, and now I gave them exactly what they wanted. So
right. Yeah. So I'm praying that a lot of Christians kind of get this message. I'm going to keep talking about it. I hope, especially people in the Canary will see this and sort of integrate this. And God forbid, somebody else experiences something like that. Then we can have a little bit of a game plan and let the Spirit of God kind of take over.
for sure. All right. Well, thanks for taking my call, man. I've got my pump cover on, and I'm going to go hit the gym, and I will catch the rest of the show later. I love you guys.
All right. Thanks, buddy, for calling in. Talk to you next time. Okie dokie. Yeah, as much as again, I find myself getting pumped up when I see that charges are brought and Pam Bondi is going after these guys and all the comments about, from the White House that they're going to protect, religious institutions and stuff. I love it. I'm good. I get pumped. The other hand, I do kind of got to stop and maybe reorient my enthusiasm to, whatever type of situation that brings glory to God really ultimately is what I yearn for. And, you ask yourself a question: if we could choose that this event didn't happen, if we could go back in time and choose that it didn't happen, would really the right thing to do is to erase that event? Could there be some really positive lessons for everybody that from what came out of it? Yeah, I think so. I think ultimately it is a positive thing in the way that it was handled and the example that it gives. On the other hand, there's always an opportunity for bad things to happen when this happens. So I'm going to pray it doesn't happen again, but also pray that people that God's glory be kind of spread far and wide from this individual situation. All right, we got one more caller in the waiting room here, and it is Mr. Topherson. Going to bring you up on the stage here. See what's up. What's going on, Toph?
What is up, my dude? Good to hear your voice. Good to hear all the callers today. How you doing?
Yeah, thanks for calling in. I'm doing good, man. What's on your mind today?
Yeah, so I'm going to start by piggybacking from Psalm 40 and deja vu, and then it happens to kind of draw a line to, I guess, kind of the commentary that I wanted, that I had in mind to come take.
Cool.
So it's deja vu for a long time in my life, and before being saved, of which I was about 5 years ago. I always saw deja vu as kind of like the universe giving me a sign that I'm on the right path.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It's kind of like, okay, cool. Like I'm where I'm supposed to be, not unlike serendipitous moments where something happens at exactly the right time that couldn't have possibly happened, something like that.
Yeah.
And in the times, in the times that I've thought of deja vu since being saved, and have had deja vu, I've kind of been maybe not reformulating, but considering all the different possibilities, because it is an experience that I have. It's an experience that my wife has a lot and very intense when she does. But something that comes up a lot is especially in these circles with Canary Cry and with it's time travel, and I think I overread. I saw it being discussed in Discord a couple of weeks ago on like whether time travel. Like, what do you think? I think we can travel back, but I don't think we can travel forward. Well, I mean, I think God is everywhere all the time, and I think, from a conversation that you were having, I don't remember if it was Clubhouse or if it was on a news talk. You once mentioned we said a prayer. You said a prayer on news talk and referred to it being able to work in the future and possibly in the past.
Yes, time
and
prayer.
Yeah, and I think through the Holy Spirit, through God, that is absolutely possible.
Mm-hmm.
But so I'm going to go ahead and start tying that into the reason that I wanted to call. There's a podcast I started listening to about midway through last year that has really been a recent catalyst in encouraging me to speak to the Holy Spirit, to talk to Him, to really try and engage with God spiritually on a personal level, like really have a relationship, which I was not really doing before in a way that I could call like having a relationship. It's called The Deep End with Taylor Welch. Have you heard of it?
I have not heard of it. No.
Okay. It's been blowing up for like, I don't know, the last 2 years. I just found it like halfway last year. But I remember one of the episodes of his, I can't remember which one. He mentioned, I don't know what the topic was, but he mentioned deja vu being a spiritual experience, because in the context of talking about our spirit being not necessarily separate from our body, but being a different aspect of us.
Yes.
Our spirit, untethered from our body, is able, in theory, to travel through time, forwards and backwards. And so I think what he said was, when we experience deja vu, it's the body catching up to something the spirit has already experienced.
Oh, that's interesting.
And I thought that was really interesting, for sure. And so sticking here on this deep end with Taylor Welch, I've noticed that he's had a couple of folks that Canary Cry Radio has had on like 10 years ago.
Yeah,
and
I'm seeing that right now. Yeah.
Gary Wayne, Timothy Alberino, and I first heard of Dan Duvall through Deep End, and a few months ago, you had Millennial Mustard Seed on, and then he was mentioning a roundtable a roundtable episode of Millennial Mustard Seed that y'all had. I went to find it because I wanted to check you guys out and hear another discussion. I love hearing you guys talk about the Lord, and you bring so much to my heart, to my spirit, in terms of wanting to lean on Him and have faith and all that. And on that roundtable discussion was Daniel Duvall.
Yeah.
And then I happened to yesterday say, well, maybe they have a Canary Cry episode with them. And sure enough, episode 79, Dan Duvall. And I listened to it yesterday, actually, and it was really encouraging. Just for me to, like you and Gons, like Dan, like Millennial Mustard Seed, like so many people that you have discussions with who have found or are finding their calling in honor of the Lord. And Dan's got a really specific thing that nobody else is doing. And you and Gons have a really specific thing that nobody else is doing. Gary Wayne, Tim Alberino, all these people have really specific things that the Lord is calling upon you all to do. And I pray that for myself and for so many people listening, that we lean on the Lord and that we talk to Him and ask Him to give us the interests that are pleasing to Him, that we may seek those things, that we may have earnest desire to learn about whatever it is. It might not be a crazy truther thing. It might be mathematics. It might be something really normal, being a teacher or something like that. And just an opportunity for us to get really fired up and to be confident in the Lord that what we're doing is for His glory, even if it's in the small things, but especially also for the really big things, because some of us listening to the show today or listening to Canary Cry at all, might be in a place where we don't know what we're doing for the Lord, but are finding it. And I encourage all of us to speak to Him. I don't know about you, but a long time ago, I didn't really know what it was like to speak to the Lord. I just kind of in my head would think things and and it's only recently that I've every once in a while started speaking out loud, you know, trying to speak to Holy Spirit as if I'm talking to someone, and I haven't heard much, but most of the things that I've heard are him telling me to, you know, put out your cigarette and go walk. And so I did that, and I took a walk, and I had a walk with the Lord.
That's great.
And it's he's been moving in my life in little ways that I'm being conscious of. And I mean, I don't know if you have anything to say about all I just said. I didn't really have a question, but
no,
just
that's great.
going about that.
Yeah, no, I wanted to let you go because I really loved what you were talking about for lots of reasons. You know, to kind of I'm going to kind of answer I think maybe everything kind of in once here. I think this applies to a range of things that you brought up. You know, you mentioned, you know, the desire and the process of finding really that specific thing that God wants for you, or that is kind of your thing, your mission. Um, and you kind of answered your own question, and I will maybe kind of hopefully make a case for that, because I was going to say, you know, for the latter part of 2025, you know, it's a big thing. Myself and some of the guests that come on the show, you know, is really feeling very strongly like, hey, you know, 2025 was a certain kind of year to kind of rest and just kind of prepare yourself, you know, draw closer to God and things like that. But 2026, like, this is the time for the thing. Like, if you want a thing, if there was a thing, whether you know a thing or not, like, this is it. There's no more incubating. And, you know, I'm in contact with maybe a dozen or more people who all feel the same way, and they want to figure out just what you're saying, like that everybody's got a specific thing, everybody's got a specific strength or a lane, and you know, you might share lanes with others, but you know, every one of us has this like very specific calling. And my answer to that, and my charge to anybody who's ready to do it, is, you know, it's 2026, and you find this specific lane or mission or purpose not through necessarily just thinking about it or just praying about it. And because we have this idea that like the inspiration, the idea, and the certainty comes first, and then we do the thing, when the reality is, in my experience, in the experience of, you know, others in my field that I know, even those outside, you know, thinking, resting, you know, praying about it, looking for inspiration, putting together ideas, working it out, sort of psychologically or mathematically or whatever, that has a place. But there comes a time where the finding happens in the doing. And you can see this a lot in, you know, podcasters' careers, you know, or whatever. You see this really anybody who has a very specific thing that they are called to, and you know, and they carry it forth or whatever. It comes through the doing, and the doing is part of the process of the inspiration, of the figuring out. Because when you start, you're really all over the place. You look at most podcasts, look at most ministries, look at most, you know, pastors or whatever. For the first, God bless, couple of years, you're kind of all over the place, but you're gaining experience, you're gaining confidence, and you actually start finding your lane kind of the in the results of the doing. And so, you know, there's about a dozen people that at the end of last year were saying, look, I'm ready, I'm doing it, I feel called, I don't know exactly what to do or where my lane is or whatever. And the first step really after the thinking is the doing. And if it's a whatever, I'll just talk in podcast terms, but it works for everything. It's just sitting down and doing it. And it could be a short amount of time, could be 20 minutes. You do the thing for 20 minutes. And then the next time you'll find it really hard to sit and talk for 20 minutes or stay on topic, or you'll feel like you're rambling, or you'll hate the sound of your own voice, or you can't think of good questions, or whatever. All this, annoying stuff happens. But then you do it again, and you do it again, and you do it again. And now you find yourself, you can't go any less than a half hour or something. And then you do it again, and you keep going. And the lane sort of develops as you go. And it's easy to kind of consider this process that I'm explaining as to be kind of like a blunt force, messy kind of whatever. Maybe you're trying to force it or whatever, but this is how it's done over and over and over in the lives of people who have maybe found a groove and found their thing. But also, in the Bible, you see this process of just stepping out and just doing, even if you're doing it poorly, even if whatever. And the same goes with hearing from God. And your story, it tells the exact story that I'm talking about, which is you're talking to God in your head. You don't really know, but you're just doing it. And then maybe you go, okay, let me talk out loud. And you talk out loud to God. And, you're waiting for that moment where a flash of light and the voice of God thunders in your chest, and you're kind of this movie thing we see happening in the movies. It's kind of boring and doesn't make a great movie for somebody to just like try and fail for a couple years.
And
but
if I may, I think it gives people unrealistic expectations.
Totally. It's totally unrealistic. And I'm telling everybody that, because the truth of the matter is, and it's not fun. Like, I mean, let me take that back. It's fun doing it, but in the process, when you're in it, you can feel a little lost. You can feel a little confused. You can get down on yourself. You can think you're wasting time, whatever. All that's totally possible. But with your story of moving from talking to God in your head to talking out loud, and you're not sure if you're hearing, but you're just kind of, and then you get this instinct that it's to put your cigarette down and you go on the walk. That's how it goes. I mean, you're in it, man. That's the next step. You're not sure what even hearing God feels like or sounds like or whatever, but it's that doing. It's getting the message, the instinct to put out the cigarette and go on a walk. And guess what you did? You did it. You put out the cigarette and you went on the walk. And that's a total win. That's like, you're developing this. That's what developing a relationship with God is in so many ways. With whatever your sort of goal with your relationship with God is, it's always done in the doing. Very rarely is it done in the sort of mental preparation. Those things are good. You want to have an idea, you want to marinate in whatever you're hoping to do or whatever. You mentioned not you, sorry, I think it was Jake, one of the other callers mentioned they have their church, and it was a home church, and the guy didn't really go to seminary, but then the son decided to go to seminary and then did the thing. Something like seminary, this is kind of, it is a step out in action. It's not necessarily that you can't be a pastor without going to seminary, but in a system like that, there's a lot of doing, there's a lot of preparation, and there's a lot of action. So by the time you're out of seminary, you've been sort of pushed to do a lot of things, to learn a lot of things. But then you come to the next phase, which is like, okay, now it's time to do the church. Now it's time to start the church. And you kind of start that process all over again, which is listening to the small voice, taking the action. And if you take a step in the wrong direction, that's okay. God will illuminate your next step, and it'll be in the right direction. And it's really done. And it's something I refer to quite a bit, which is God usually is only illuminating the very next step in the path. So we know where to just put that next step. And we can't see far. We can't see over the horizon. We don't know what's coming up. But you take that one step in faith, and then what happens? the next step gets illuminated. And before you know it, as you're doing the doing, you find yourself doing that for a certain amount of time, and it's almost like you wake up one day and you're like, oh, this is all very clear. I
Yeah,
see.
there's a couple of I don't know, video games. I can't think of a specific one, but when they spawn you in the zone and you check your map, you don't see any of the map.
Yeah.
You only see what's in front of you, and then as you explore the area, then you check your map. All the area that you've explored becomes visible in your map. And then, yeah, I think what you were trying to say, if I may, is after you've explored the map, you take a look, you see that big picture, and you see the wonderful tapestry that the Lord has been creating with you.
Yeah. And all the map locations you found along the way, and all the places that you found new gear or did this mission or whatever. Yeah, you look back and you go, oh wow, I'm like whatever, halfway through the game or something, and all my all the questions that I had have been answered in their own way, and any questions that I have now, I can now have faith that if I just keep moving forward, then they'll appear. So, I really want to, I hope that encourages you, and I hope it encourages everybody else, because it's 2026. It's time to start doing the thing, folks, whatever that thing is. If it's podcast, that's great. If it's, doing a home group, that's great. If it's starting a business, that's great, whatever it is. But the time for kind of sitting and chilling and thinking and, that kind of thing, we're kind of done with that now. Now it's the time to just take whatever that first step is. You might not have the full picture, but God's the first step, whatever it is. It's you might not even think that it is the first step. You might want your first step to be further than it actually is. If it's just signing up for a website, if it's whatever, I don't need to get so specific, but and I really hope that Canarians, more than everybody else, whatever sector of your life that's in, that you feel encouraged to do so. And like Toph said here, even in things like developing your relationship with God, wanting to learn to hear his voice, the progress is made in doing the small things, because that's how you learn the master's voice. You don't recognize it right away. You might not know the language, to make a messy metaphor. A dog can hear his master's voice. He doesn't understand a single word that it is. And when it's a puppy or when it's a new dog, it doesn't know anything. It doesn't understand your inflections. It doesn't understand anything. But after enough time of the dog being obedient and paying attention, that dog stares at you looking confused, cocks its head to the side, and its little floppy ear falls down or whatever. That's it earnestly trying to, take the next step in what it thinks you want, and what it thinks that the master wants. And whether or not the dog is right, the master will reveal it to the dog. And it's very similar to learning to hear and understand God's voice as well. Just be sensitive and open to correction is always a good part of that as well.
Yeah, for sure.
Well,
Sweet. Yeah, thanks for listening.
that's
Hope it's
great,
good
man.
for you. Hope it's good for others.
Yeah.
Thanks so much. Appreciate you and Gons. Happy birthday to Gons. And love you all in the Canary.
Amen. Really appreciate you calling in, buddy. Thank you so much. I'll talk to you again next time.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, you know what? I'm gonna go ahead and announce it right now. I mean, I'm gonna declare it right now.
Okay.
Houston, Texas meetup. Let's say April. I'll send an email over and we'll get that going.
Beautiful. Perfect. Yeah. We've had Houston meetups in the past, and I think there's going to be even more success in the future. So there you go. Houston, Texas meetup. I think the last one, I don't know. Were you there at the last ones, or?
The last one I think was David G. I was there for a little bit before I had to go to work. The one before was mine. Yeah, I did the one before.
Oh, perfect. Perfect. All right. Sounds good, buddy. God bless you. We'll be waiting eagerly to get the details for the Houston meetup.
All right. Bye.
Take it easy. Yeah, that's very good. Thank you, Toph, for calling. This is the kind of thing that, I feel grateful to have a venue and an opportunity to kind of work through stuff like this, I think, is very special. The news and the interviews or whatever, the weird stuff, the fringy stuff is all very fun, all very good, has played a huge role in a lot of people and their relationship with Christ. But then there comes a time where we need a place and a space and a time to really work through a lot of the nitty gritty when it comes to living the Christian life. So I think that's all I got for today, folks. Let me see. I don't think there's any more callers. Nope. Okay, there we go. Two hours, almost right on the dot here. So that's what we're going to do. Remember, folks, it's Gonz's birthday. If you want to send in some support, you can go to canarycry.support. You can even draw him a little birthday picture, a little birthday card, and go to canarycry.art to upload it there. As far as I know, we're going to be back on Monday for Canary Cry News Talk again. Let me do a little bit of this here. Gotta play a little bit of Feeding the Ducks. There we go. Awesome. Thanks for everybody who tuned in live to the show. I see you in the chat. Appreciate you there. And of course, everybody who sent birthday wishes and other things to the text message alert system. So if you haven't done it yet, go ahead and do it. You know what I'm going to say. Even if you're just listening on the podcast version, take out your phone, text the word Canary, Cnary, to 877-740-3226. You'll start getting texts from me. And most fun is you can text us back at that number. It's a delight to hear from you. Let me think here. Oh, yeah, we do have some meetups. CanaryCrimeMeetups.com. Go there. Let me see if I can pull it up in a speedy fashion. I can. Let me share this. Just in case. I know some people, they need reminding. But we have a meetup February 28th in North Glen, Colorado. That's the Denver area. RSVP put his phone number there. So if you're in the Denver area, go to that. Let's see here. Louisville, Kentucky, 3 p.m. Saturday, February 7th. That one's coming up even sooner. You can see some RSVP details just there. Who is this? Look Glass Darkly at gmail.com. Go to canarycrimemeetups.com to get any information you need on that. And yeah, folks, stay strong. It's 2026. We're moving forward. We're not stopping. The time is now. I hope you feel the unction of the Holy Spirit. If you're waiting and yearning to play the song, Feed the Ducks. There we go. You're yearning to hear the Master's voice or develop, a natural sort of conversational relationship with the Lord. It is there. It is waiting for you. It's just a matter of taking steps, doing the thing. And when he says, put down your cigarette, take a walk, you just put down your cigarette and take a walk. Not everybody's going to get a flash of light on our way to Damascus and a booming voice. Some of you might. I certainly have met people who have had that. But if that's not the case, then there's other ways. Myriad of ways for us to do this. All right, everybody. That's it for today. Thanks for tuning in to this episode of Canary Cry Clubhouse. Make sure to tune in again. Until then, you know what to do. Stay outside the cage.